Hi everyone, I am Tara, aka Spirit Mother, and I would like to welcome you all back to my channel on YouTube, Spirit Teaches of Going with the Flow and Mind Soul. And I'm also live on my new to my channel. I always recommend, suggest, and really encourage you to read the description on my YouTube channel, Spirit Teaches of Going Within Self, to get a better understanding of what it is that I do bring forward here on my channel. Okay. Now, I don't know, Spirit brought me in, and I'm not absolutely sure why. I have my dowsing rods, and I have my pendulum, and I have my cards behind me and what have you, but I also have a few other things because, as many of you know, I do a lot of scrolling through TikTok, not so much for entertainment purposes, but to kind of understand humanity. And Uisika no shuku oisare koto o rikima po te te kia do do sia shoko e pinare a nukare te kiara tu kuso e. What brought me in more so, I guess, was because I was scrolling through TikTok and I see a lot of people, like, this isn't for like religious or biblical or like, I'm not Bible. I'm just bringing some things forward because the spirit is in the aspect of you like question things. People say, "Oh, well, you don't question God." Well, actually, a true God wants you to ask questions because how do you come to understanding? You come to understanding things through questions, right? And anyone who doesn't want you asking questions, that's when I have to actually, question them. Okay, because why would you not want somebody to ask questions? Okay, yeah, I have names for this. Put your top tool out. Yeah, it's a bathing suit under it. Uh, the spirit had me go, and because this one woman, they're always talking about how Yahweh is God. When in your Genesis book of Genesis, Yahweh is not God. And people can argue with me on that. And I'll say go to Genesis 22, verse 14, and please tell me what it says. It says that, okay, before that, it says that, Abram found a ram that was up in a tree, and in place of sacrificing Isaac, he sacrificed the ram. And after sacrificing the ram and burning it, he called the place Yahweh. And the meaning of Yahweh was the Lord will provide. Okay. So the Lord will provide it's not the name of the Lord, it's a altar. It's the altar, the place of death. So, who is being you're being it's like you're being sacrificed and offered to the Lord of death. Okay. Because many people don't believe that people talk and communicate with spirits. Well, your biblical texts are always saying that, these prophets are communicating with God. Well, God is a spirit. God has many different forms of self. And by, like, looking in your biblical text, there's an awful lot of controversy. Mark's saying one thing, Luke is saying another. But see, by the time you read something else, you're just reading it. You're not comprehending what is being said. You're just reading something. Okay. So I'm just gonna I'm not saying I'm gonna use them. I'm just gonna sit here with them. And it's like I'll say, hey, to my seventh grade granddaddy, eighth grade granddaddy. Hey, you want to help me out with this? You know, okay, you do. So the seventh grade granddaddy. Okay, when we talk about, can you return now, please? We talk about, thank you. We talk about the seventh generation, and how the seventh generation is going to change the world as we know it. Okay, and I have seven generations on both sides. On one part with my father's side, and on two parts with my mother's side, because my grandmother and grandfather were first cousins. So on both their side, I am a seventh generation. Okay, the ones I know about, like I would be a seventh generation on my father's side too. But right, like for coming over here, I am a seventh generation. So is this my seventh great granddaddy? Seventh, eighth great granddaddy, because you're actually both. Okay. So the great granddaddy, is that the great granddaddy of the universe? It's like it sits still. Someone just approached and come in the room. It's like when that happens, it's like, people want you silent. And it's like, hey, great granddaddy, did they try silencing you? Was it because you were speaking up for people? Were you the one that was scalped? Or are you the one that wants to play God? It's like ask one question at a time. So are you the great granddaddy that likes to play God? Spirit says you have to answer, because if you are God, God is spirit, then I guess God has to answer the questions that you ask, right? Or are you the God that everyone speaks about? I can actually feel it in my hands. I can feel the energy in my hands. It stands still. It's pointing. And what is it pointing at? It's pointing at everyone, right? So when you point at the screen, does that signify that you were saying we are all parts of God? It's a part of, it's okay to answer. Forget about the ones that are trying to cast spells on people to defer them from actually speaking up, because you are a spirit, and a spirit cannot. They say spirits can harm you, but the spirit of God cannot harm you. Is that correct? If you are God, is that correct? That the spirit of God cannot hurt you? Be a little clearer now. See, even God doesn't like to answer questions. Well, why doesn't God want to answer questions? Is God afraid of its own truth? Is God afraid of its own truth? Yesota ang Shunamaka Mikuto Purikisai. Little louder. People in the back can't hear you. Yesoto Tori Shalamaya. Yesoto. So people are like, they're questioning God. Yes, I know. Okay, please return back to center. Or, you're like keeping crossed. Does that signify fingers crossed? This usually signifies fingers crossed. implies that you're about to lie. Okay. So Yahweh, is that really the name of God? It's a lot of- It's like it just sits there. Doesn't mean that it means yes. Okay. So now let's go somewhere else. Okay. A lot of people say that the sinking of the Titanic was actually not the Titanic. Is that these returns like ask? It's like there's two here right now, and it's like a contradicting one another. It's like they're one wants to say yes, the other one wants to say no, so they're fighting out who is the dominant. Or are you saying that my legs are crossed? That's on cross my legs. Well, when you do it anyways, you shouldn't cross your legs. Well, I have to get better dowsing rods. I got these ones are like tens. You can hold them up. Okay, so is there two aspects to what is the perceived God? I think I'm holding right. Okay. Is there two aspects to the perceived God? Because this is kind of like what you're trying to do is a humiliation ritual to say you're not doing what you're doing or you can't connect with what you connect with. So, okay. Doseta and numota and I just got someone running. Okay. So it's don't talk about God, feel your body, feel, not your audience, feel the people. Okay. So someone's running away or they feel like they're about to run away. Okay. Are you running out of fear? The music sucks. It's like something trying to grab these right out of my hand. And people say, oh, well, you're not really doing it. Okay. Okay, let's ask this. Is the man upstairs being intrusive and trying to stop this from taking place? Spirit says you need to answer. You have no choice. Yeah, I felt my arm. It was like something took my arm and jerked it upwards. Are you like seriously? You cannot hear you like when it comes to spirit, even God says you cannot say no to spirit. Is that true? So, is that true? Are you fighting the spirit right now? should look at that. You see, like seriously, I can feel that. Bind her hands. Let's bind her hands. Is that what's happening? Trying to bind my hands? Spirit says, let it go. Dice la Shalena. And I make it to break it. You see, I so stuck on your mouth. It's like, I can feel it's like, clap your hands like an order. Okay. Okay. All right. So it's like someone trying to run away and they're trying to bind your hands. It's binding the spiritual gifts within. Oh, fuck. It's really good day. Oh, yeah, I felt that. It was like when that like it's like something twisting your hand, like trying to twist your hands and take it away. It's like almost, are you trying to convince someone to lie about something for you? Fucker. Okay. Okay. You should have almost say, ah, okay. So, there's somebody that's going to try tell me, you're holding them wrong. You're holding them wrong. Really? Because last I understood, okay, you hold them a certain way, but you actually use them with what's comfortable for you in spirit, correct? God damn it. Oh, shit. It's like I can feel that. It's like, "Gato tosha moi kanate asudore." I'm going to cross my legs. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Okay. So trying to run away. Okay. And it's a problem you're trying to run from. Is it a problem you're trying to run from? Okay. Okay. Is it, please return? Okay, please return to subject. Really appreciate it if you could do that for me. Desafortunately, I know also that it's when I the problem you are trying to run from, is it karmic? Is it karmic? Somewhat. A person. Okay, so it's a karmic person. Okay, so I know that things aren't moving, but I'm touching it through the energy. Okay, so it's a karmic person. It's karmic. It's partially to a situation. So you're put back in that to decide what to do this time because you're unsure whether it's yours or not. So it has to do with the child. It's okay because whether the person is watching or not, they probably already have an idea of it, correct? Have you been fighting about it? Super. Okay, return back, please. Get it, get it more quickly. Sure. Right. Why shall I not like that? Okay. So there's a third party involved. Is there a third party involved? I heard the word family. Is that correct? Just a sec. Wait, you should have- okay, well, that's weird. My TikTok just shut down. Yeah, that is weird. Hmm. Yeah, because my it wasn't. That's the thing. Yeah, this is really weird. Yeah, they're draining it. They're trying to drain it. Okay. You know what? I'll be right back. A change of ensemble. That was weird. So let's push this in. Huh, that's weird. It is, yeah. I'm just waiting for my thing. I'm going to change music, right? And we're going to go here. Yeah, I'm starting. Okay, we're putting it back to. Okay. So to the people on TikTok, uh, all of a sudden my battery died, which, you know, is a little weird. Okay. And as you can tell, if you're already on here, I did a close change. Maybe I shouldn't have what I did. Okay. Arasita Oshorebo Yemkota is Sube. Okay. It's better? Okay. Thank you. So if you're just coming into my YouTube or my TikTok, I was already on here doing dowsing oils, right? And I had said, because we were doing with regards to Yahweh, and then it was taken somewhere else because it's like when you're okay, if you're an investigator and you're trying to solve a crime, okay, we have many people you're trying to figure out usually one way or another for certain things and what have you. Okay, okay, okay. So, like I said, to people who believe that Yahweh is God, go read Genesis 22:14, and you will find out that Yahweh is not God at all. Yahweh is the name of the place where Abraham took Isaac to sacrifice him. Okay? But you'll argue with me on that, but you won't take the time to go look in your Bible to find out I'm right. And like I said earlier, some people say you're wrong. Okay? So we are channeling death. We are channeling Yahweh because Yahweh is the place of death, right? It's the sacrificial lamb, it's the place of the altar, so that's death. Okay, so let's channel death. Let's have a little fun, death. Okay, so hey, who was death? Let's see. Okay. Sarai Yusuf. Hi, Odin. Odin. Well, you are Odin, aren't you? Okay. You got Loki with you this one? Or is it just you, Odin? Is it just you, Odin? You won't do it now, right? So is Odin deaf? And you also go by Anubis. Okay. Okay, let's see. Would you like to be called Odin for this session? Well, for this conversation. Would you like to be called Odin? Would you like to be called Otis? Would you like to be called Anubis? Would you like to be called Death? Okay, so you don't want to be called Death. You don't want to be called Otis. You don't want to be called Odin. You don't want to be called Anubis. Okay. Do we call you the Uranus of the universe? Oh, you didn't like that, right? Because you know what Uranus is? They say Uranus is the sky god, right? Are you the sky god? Oh, right. They buried you in a hole, didn't they? I'm not being sarcastic, Uranus. Did they put you in a hole? A black hole? You know, the spirit says you need to answer that. Were you put in a black hole? Oh, you jumped in the black hole. You jumped in the black hole. You have to answer, please. Did you jump in the black hole? A little louder, people in the back can not hear you. You're not loud enough, man. You are a dragon, so we know you could be very loud. Okay, so you jumped in the black hole. Okay, so the black hole, they say that it's like in the universe, okay, but is the black, wait, please go back to, homie, please settle. Please go back. Thank you. All the way. I'm not playing games with you now. Okay. So, because I'm having, it's an adult conversation. Okay. So the black hole is the black hole actually CERN? Oh god damn it. Oh god damn it. Is the black hole CERN? People in the back cannot hear you. It's time of truth, you want truth, you speak it. Okay, so the black hole is CERN. So okay, go back, please and thank you. Okay, so black hole is CERN. So, okay, it just took me to Nikola Tesla. Damn. Okay. Okay. So Nikola Tesla said that the black hole is full of energy. Is that correct? Say loud, clear for everyone to hear. Is the black hole the energy that they're seeking through CERN? Louder. People in back can't hear you. Love you, man. Yes. Okay. Do they have me? Okay, return, please. Return to center. Return to center. Deixa o coração acelerar. Remove abdomen. Coça, coça, coça. So, okay, if you are deaf, right? Death is trapped in the black hole. So they're holding death hostage. Is death was death once love? Was death once love? Spirit says answer, please. You have to answer that question. Is death love? Did they take death? Did they remove love through the heart by using stone? Louder, 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 louder. I can't hear you in the back. Okay. Okay, so CERN was created. Okay, please return to center. Okay, please, thank you. Okay. So, because is it the reason why people are having so many problems with their heart? Is that because CERN is messing with the heart of the universe? Answer loud, scream it out if you have to. Okay. Yes. I heard CERN is the mother, and they're messing with it. Yes. Okay. So if the answer is yes, you stay. If the answer is no, you move. Okay. The president at the top of it. I felt that it just so it's like it's like right now I'm connecting with people in a way that one's saying yes he is and the other one's saying he's not, because it's like the rods want to separate but they stay closed. So it's there's two presidents involved. Okay, please return so I can get this right. Please return to center. Deixarei que você equal balance. Cohesión. Okay. Okay. So there are two presidents involved with regards. and one's trying to escape through it. God damn it. Okay. Yeah, sure. It's okay to answer that. One is trying to run through it, get through it. Yes. Okay. So once again, return. Please return to center. Okay, so once again, he's trying to escape death. Say it loud, clear, and for the audience, for everyone to hear. Is he trying to escape death again? It's saying it yes. Okay. Is one the reincarnation of Julius Caesar? Fucker, 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 fucker. Okay. Turn to center, please. He's like, keep going. Okay. So is, okay, who was the military guy that actually believed in Christ? Eshokuesa. Okay, so this is okay, so we know this is a religious power struggle for certain. God damn it. Okay. Okay, so it's a power struggle for certain. Okay, so return to center, please. I'd appreciate if you could just return to center for this one. Gasharita en la cara para que veas todo lo que veo. A la por se super ya tai shung eh. Okay. They have me sitting with this. Okay. You have what you say, the CERN that's shut down. You have the CERN that China has. Where is the Bermuda Triangle? I know it's in Bermuda. Okay, so it's a triangle. I'm being shown a drain. I know he says drain is small. Drain is small. Drain is small. The body's at the bottom. Drain is small. What was turned into the swamp? You say about how the reflecting pool. Oh! The reflecting pool Is that the reflecting pool? Is that where we were shown how it was turned algae and green, which represents more so of what a swamp begins to look like? Okay, so is the reflecting pool the swamp you speak of? God damn it! God damn it! Yes. Yes, Shakai, no. Usu, Hama, no. Oh, shit, my hands. God damn it. Yes. You should have gained over. Definitely, yes. Okay. Okay, so there's, okay, there's two reflecting pools, okay? But it's, okay, you have the capital, both, because they are connected. The river that flows under the White House. Fuck! Oh my god! God damn it! I went through these anyway. That's the Egyptian fucking thing. Hold on. God damn it. Okay. Don't see a muy initial. That's the death. Okay. So. Wait. God damn it. Okay. Okay. Shall I gather the word straight line distance. The shortest distance between the White House and Statue of Liberty, also known as the as the crow flies, a great or great circle distance. This represents direct flight path without considering roads or terrain. Okay, so as this crow flies, as the crow flies, as the crow flies. So they fly in circles. Okay, so let's yeah, yeah. Very hard you're looking for. Want to hear something strange? The other day, I was out and my cell phone, and it said possible spam. Ironically, it come up Maryland. What is in Maryland? Maryland State House. I know it's they se annuncia la nota por ede su co edaina. Maryland's key government buildings include the Maryland State House, Government House, and the old Treasury Building on Annapolis, Maryland State. The Maryland State House, located in Annapolis, is the oldest U.S. state capitol in continuous legislative use, dating back to 1772. It houses the Maryland General Assembly and the offices of the governor and the governor. Notably, it served as the U.S. Capitol in 1783 to 1784 and is top of the largest wooden dome in the United States, constructed without nails. Georgian style action. Okay, so Italian. Okay, so yes. Okay, so what it's saying. Okay, right now. Okay, you won't believe me. Okay, but is are they do okay? It's like shit. It's like it's taking me that Maryland is actually the rightful place of the White House. So okay, I said the White House. Okay, so if we look, okay, let's go to, God, I got oh my gosh, this hurts the belly. Wow. Maryland State House. I'm checking something. Okay, so it looks like the White House. Okay, now let's go here. Okay. Is is the United States and Canada actually Rome and Egypt? Oh, good. Relax. Is the United States and Canada actually Rome and Egypt? Say it loud and clear. Is Rome and Egypt Canada and the United States? Right? So is the United States Rome? Is the United States Julius Caesar? Okay, so it took me to with regards to Russia and China. Okay, so Russia and China are fighting over the United States and Canada because they were they because parts of the United States and Canada were part of the Tartarian Empire. Okay, I heard somebody said we already know that. Okay, you already know that. Fine. Then I guess you don't need to be in here, right? Okay. So Rome, so Canada and the United States is Rome and Egypt. It's like flushing the toilet, I heard. Shit. Flushing the toilet. Okay. So when So the war never ended. It became the British and French War. God damn fucking Jesus. Okay, so Rome was the English and Egypt was the French. Son of a bitch. Okay. I just heard Middle East. Okay, so that took me to what you present as the Antichrist. Could you return to center, please? Because you just took me to the Antichrist. Okay? Okay. Center. Okay. So when they say that the Antichrist was coming from the East, was it the inverted East? Son of a bitch. Okay. Okay, so it was the inverted East. So it didn't necessarily refer to our modern day Middle East. It was referring to the Christ, Antichrist was coming from the east of countries. Okay. So one from the east of Canada and one from the east of the United States. We were put on Turtle Island to duke it out. Son of a bitch. Okay. Aseto e Sharamuekai no Koso. So it's also the representation of the Canaanites and the Levites. Okay. Okay, so now where does Russia and China come in on this? They are the infiltrators. Son of a fucking, oh, god damn it. Right there, I could feel the energy just go to my hands. Okay. Yusuke Simoi. The ball is in your court. Handing the ball is in your court. Okay, ball is in your court. Back off, Bula. Okay, great granddaddy, or whichever one of you it was that channeled through me when I was writing in a journal, drawing a picture of a house, family, and everything. And it was like there was a body, and it was back off, Bula. We ain't taking your shit. The Bula represents the church. God damn. Okay. So he was telling the church to back off. Yes. Okay. I can feel that energy, just like it's like my hands just want to hold the rods without even holding them. Okay. We'll show you. So they're trying to, because the actual CERN, what they're trying to replicate, and that's why there is a fight on the White House. It's the fight to rule the underworld. Son of a bitch and fucker, 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 fucker. No, I don't have Tourette's. But I think Spirit does. That is in the notion like a no more secret moto torisi I know ya suku de monte. Yakui. So that's why Anubis. And I said that, death is fighting. Ore te kia saro e shamoko etai. Okay. So the swamp is not it's a government, like not so much government as it is government land. And the reflecting pool represents as above, so below. Son of a fucking bitch, man. Hold on, everyone. It's like, Jesus. Okay. Okay. That's why they protecting. Okay, I'm not fond of Donald Trump because certain things or what have you, okay? Because I'm still got the word I have the word of it, okay? But I'm understanding a lot of what's really going on, okay? Okay. So it's like when you're protecting your territory, but there is that aspect of it is both the heaven and hell next to one another parallel. So wherever the White House, the Maryland House, and the Statue of Liberty is located, is that the time? Because you have, okay, thank you. Because you have the triangle, like the pyramid, right? Okay, at the top. So if you take and you point at like the well, I think where you would go is at the original White House, which would be in Maryland. So you point from Maryland, and it's it's weird. It's heaven. The spaceship is in Maryland? So every time I call for my ship, I get a call from Maryland. Así que brego mucho de ano. Okay, so everything is inverted. You say that the prey, like, okay, uh, you believe that the Christ or Antichrist they come from the Middle East. Okay. The Middle East, is that the Middle East of the United States and the Middle East of Canada? Okay, we'll start the Middle East of the United States in New York, Manhattan. Okay. The Middle East in Canada, does that represent Nova Scotia? Okay. Both places where they first came to settle. Damn it. God. It's like, okay. So it took me to Albany, Nova Scotia, because I was looking up, okay, the capital with regards to New York. And it said about Albany. And I remembered there being an Albany in Nova Scotia. It's in the Annapolis County. Trout Lake. Trout, like a fish out of water. Raising the roof. Who's ready to break that? Who's ready to break the glass? Okay, so okay. So Alvin Abraham is saying about right. I know where it just took me. Did you just take me to Cain and Abel? Okay. So the farmland represents Cain. Is that correct? Agriculture, does that represent Cain? Does that represent Canaanites? Okay. And my belly's getting north. 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 There's not fabric. So nothing can move because Stern has put what blocking the passages. It's like a gastrointestinal, but in the earth. What is it? It's like a third gas, third gas, third gas. And the river that flows underneath. It's like the Nile River. God damn it! Sorry. No, oh, look. Okay, so the Nile River, that was didn't Moses get sent down the Nile River, and then there was Cleopatra with regards to the Nile River? Okay. Yeah, I just it was like I have a okay, so Julius Caesar. Okay, so it took me to Julius Caesar and Cleopatra. Okay. So Julius Caesar and Cleopatra represent Cain and Abel. You're pointing at something, right? Point at this. Is that the bucket? The Nile River? God damn. Yeah, I painted that one day. But is that the Nile River? Okay, so the Nile River, I heard running out of fuel. Running out of fuel. The Nile River running out of fuel. Okay, the Nile River, that is like the center. Does the Nile River, okay, is the true Nile River under the White House? Is the real Nile River under the White House? Yes. So, so through the Nile River, they sent Moses upstream. Okay, Moses. Okay, I got this. I feel that my body. It's hard to do with Cleopatra and Caesar. Okay, because Cleopatra was with the Egyptians but married to a Roman, but she was actually Greek. Oh, okay. So she was a child of Rome. Okay, I'm trying to figure this out. Okay, she was a child of the Rome, a child of the Egyptians, but only because you know, the Egyptians didn't steal. Oh, okay. One of them sent you down the river. The Egyptians, which represented more of the indigenous, rescued her and raised her as their own. Julius Caesar, oh, wasn't her husband, but was actually her father. Oh, son of a fucking bitch! Isso eu tô Melissa. Alla culturissimo. Como possível. So after she was born, they just did video. Yeah, we went to that. Yeah, I know. No, okay, so now it just took me to so Mary didn't ask, she found the baby. She was oh, she was the one given the baby, and they had to say, "Is this working?" Okay, so because it took me to Mary. Oh, Mary was the one that saved her from a ritual. Oh God. Okay. And then it just took me to Solomon and the two women finding the baby. Oh God damn it. Oh, she came back for her baby. Oh, didn't they say that Cleopatra killed her sister? But was it because her sister tried to steal her baby or sold her baby? And Cleopatra was the one that was stolen. It was two sisters, Mary and Elizabeth. And that's how John said Jesus began cousins, but they were half brothers. A lot of my stuff, when as I'm doing this, you're showing me the life that I've had, and it's sorting through because it's not that it's that person per se as it is the spirit of my connection as to seeing what happened, but it's seeing why the attachment. Oh, she didn't take her life. She was accused of it. Her sister stabbed herself. Son of a bitch. Shit, I should have put my Cleopatra uh, costume thing on. I hadn't known it was going there. Se tu volessi me dai no, non le sia. Wasn't because Daddy chose. Wasn't because Caesar chose. It had more to do with Mark Antony. Mark Antony. Sorry. It's just taking the history of the ship that Mark Antony was in. Oh, clear. Okay. It's okay. It's taking me to something that I like see. Like see right now. Okay. So, okay. It's taking me to a blanket where it's a figure. It's a figure. There's two people dressed the same. They're sisters. So did that signify that Cleopatra and her sister were twins or a few years apart, and they were the time of their era, the John and Jesus? Oh, that's why there's two different outlooks on how beautiful Cleopatra was. It took me to what you perceive to be Michael and Lucifer, where one wants to be daddy's favorite. And then it just took me to the French royal family with the two girls. And I feel for that one girl, but I understand how beautiful and how put together. And I mean it in a personality way because she is, to me, she appears to be the truth. She has class, honesty, and love. And she's an observer. Because I think the other one, she's just more of doesn't want to be wrong by daddy because of the past. Okay, so it took me to the pursuit of Jesus. Okay. So let's say, okay, Jesus and Peter were best friends. Said to be best friends. I said it before. Okay, can you go back to center because I'm going to ask this question. Was Peter and Jesus brothers, blood brothers, twins, full blood, first cousins because their parents were both two sets of twins? So, okay, but there was a third in there. There was a set of twins, but there was an extra. It was a triplet. John was a triplet. John represented St. Christopher. So it wasn't Jesus. Please return. Deseo dobre. Thank you. Is the biblical text talking about the past, or is it talking about the present time now? Okay. Is the biblical text, even before Revelations, the Old and the New, and Ron and anything else, anything biblical, Was it talking about the present, the past, and the present? Okay, I got not quite allowed to answer. Will Spirit said, is the biblical text of the world or versions of itself and any time of history? Was it referring to what is unfolding right now in this procedure? Okay, it's pointing Iris. The iris. Get out the winner! The eyes. The iris. Schon. Bist du super. Ich habe eine Musik gehört. It's got I got crystals on it. A girl I know I met a while ago. She made it for me. I supplied the Virginia creeper and paid for the crystals, and I I did the point. She just put all the stuff on it. I made the things on it. But she did an awesome job. Thank you. I told her she should make some. Anyways, that's what I was doing. Okay. Okay, so you left off regarding the iris. Okay, the eyes to see. I just heard open the Bible and turn to a page and point. Huddle together, you nations, and it says, and be terrified. Listen, all you distant lands. Prepare for battle, but you will be crushed. Yes, prepare for battle, but you will be crushed. See, you know what this is? When I was reading that, okay, I could feel spirit holding it in the tongue so that it didn't come out in more of an energetic aspect of things. Okay. Call your councils of war, but there will be worthless develop your strategies, but they will not succeed, for God is with us. Okay. Okay. Give yourself the sight to see, the sword to speak. Okay. The sight to see is the eye. The sword to speak is the tongue. The waters through your body is anointing and the energy that comes from what's said electrical system. Okay, I just heard the word shit. Okay. I want people to sit with this for a minute. Anybody who has been to Georgia Electric or any historical place or island. Okay? Now, I want you to think of it this way. they you say that in the early 1700s and before that they were building tunnels, said tunnels underground. Okay. Well, I have to ask, where did they get the equipment to do all that in the first place? Right. And then I was looking at some structures. Okay. Now, ironically, the Halifax City, if you look down on that, it actually looks like the it's almost like a pentagram or the star there. Okay. Okay. Have you ever been in it? Because strangely, when I've been on that, and I've been to George's Island, okay, and I was down in the that they say they built. I decided about 6 miles below that, tunnels below deck. Literally, tunnels below deck. If you've been on a ship and you've gone on and you go on George's Island, watch its layout. Okay. Because, okay, let's see. Are many of the islands actually camouflaged spaceships or ships? I heard they're not ready for that. Okay. Well, let's see. How do I let's okay, we'll kind of we'll rephrase this because I know this is kind of the conversation that's a little rough for people because you know I have a picture of it and it looks like a spaceship in the sky. Okay, the way the light is coming down, it's like a golden stairwell. It's it's like gold. I'll show you the picture, but on the sides of it, it's like it has other ships going into it. Okay, you say about you say about these. Okay, you say about the dollars, which is the okay, and then you say about these underground buildings like stories high, almost like a spiral. That's a whole other ecosystem. But think of okay, people have said, "Oh, they just took me to Jeff Bezos." Okay. The clock that Jeff Bezos is involved with, either constructing it or overseeing the project or contributing money to it, was that the blueprint of an unidentified space object. Who said that? So what they're trying to construct is a replica of the mothership. Son of a bitch. Fuck. That's where the CERN comes in. Damn it! Ah! Okay. So if you look at the Earth, go to this. If you look at the Earth as if it is a machine, okay? Think of your old wise tale of Adam and Eve and the apple. Adam took the bite, Eve. Right? So if you take an apple and each take a bite, someone take a bite on each side, yeah, you kind of have a core, right? So a core, if you looked at it, you could see it much as like a spiral. Okay? Now we're going to take you back to the ship. Okay? When ships are out to sea, what happens? Another ship, a fuel ship, comes in to fill them up, right? So what do? They hook up. It kind of creates a bridge between both ships, correct? And how does fuel usually go through thermal systems? You watch water begin to drink. Okay? Donald Trump is saying the reflection pool as above, so below, right? Okay. So when you see, okay, think of a yoga, okay? What's a yoga, right? A yo-yo looks like that, right? You have the spiral wrapped around it. Okay. So this looks like a yoga. Yeah, I did do the fingers. Would you like me to give you that one? Because there's the dot, there is the connection. Okay, put it that way if you so desire. See, that's what they're trying to construct because that's how they figure they're going to create a new Earth. So they're trying to figure out the thought process and the engineering behind it. From where I'm sitting, you know, stuff, right? You know, this little thing, you know, from what I see up in the airplane and everything too. Right? Looking down the earth as you got up, it did. It looked like, you know, if you go on, okay, if you go on viewpoint or anything like that, where you look at the land from above, it has it like sectioned off. Well, when you go up, you can actually see that section off. It's like it was drawn on a piece of paper as you go up. Now, that's when you go up in the bigger, okay? And you know, you just keep looking out, right? Okay. Now, when I went up in a plane, just a little tiny passenger, we went about 12 to 1800 feet. Okay? This was ridiculous. But it was strange too. And why I say it was strange, do you ever see those models that they use when they're constructing something for architecture? You know, and they have the Monopoly houses on there. What does it look like? And the water, it looked like a painting, a canvas of a painting where the paint was actually like when they do those stucco ceilings and they do the swirl and then they leave a bunch of paint and things like that. Well, that's what it looks like, right? So that was you observe the eye. That's why it was talking about the iris. The eyes to see, the ears to hear, the mouth to speak, the tongue that gives you voice. Okay, so it like you could see his furs, which I could see, and these were the furs I had. And when you sit in your yard, it's like it has a dome. Okay, so where do you think that curvature comes from? It comes from a dome, and then another dome, which is a reflection of itself. Right? So it will reflect, giving the illusion that it is all one all right? Because the outer layer of the film, they say, is actually ice, correct? Like little water molecules. So you are in a bowl of water. Getting involved in what have you, right? But they're crystallized. So if they're crystallized, then everything else will reflect back at itself, correct? Especially if you add light from above and below. Because the reflection, the sun and what you see is the reflection. from the mirrors. Okay, so when you go on these ships and you look, they're actual ships, especially if you can tell when Judge Leonard and when we went on a ferry and we're inside, we're walking up. I'm like, oh, like what the hell? I felt like I was in one of those underground places on the island. It was constructed exactly the same, but they'll say, oh, well, we did it to make it look like a ship. No, you camouflaged it so it wouldn't appear to be a ship. It's like, am I saying the Earth is two ships connected together by a bridge, and London's bridge is falling down, and the yo-yo's spinning? You're winding up the yo-yo, and you're about ready to send it flying like a fucking Beyblade. That's how it got out of orbit in the first place. Got a little anxious, did you? Tutto prenosce per essere chi potamo e no mio pulse. My channel's a spirit to spirit if you don't understand. You watch a little longer and you might understand a little bit more. Because when I say spirit, if you take offense to it, I guess it's because that's where it is. See, I'm using dowsing rods right now because many people can't comprehend something unless they see something physical moving or showing. Somebody just got irritated because my thing just glitched. Right now, I don't do co-hosting because I don't know how. So, yeah, people like the way you're sitting, really, really, and your expertise. I do know that, when you're using dowsing rods, you can actually affect the dowsing rods by how you feel about a topic, but I sit here blank. There's rarely ever anything in my like, I'm stupid. I don't fully it's not that I'm pulling the information from my head as I'm pulling the information energy in my body. And then it's just showing me you feel like a piece of you. So okay. So we were talking about the violence being ships. Is that at least half of it? Spirit says we have to answer. Okay. Appreciate that. So is there a lot of people that in higher powers that know about it and are secretive whistleblowers? Okay. So there's a raid in the White House. So rating it. Is that metaphorically speaking or intended for physical action? Okay, that was two questions. Okay. A raid in the White House. Is that an expression or something meant for another meaning? Oh, shit, two questions. Okay, just let me word it right. Okay. Does the raid in the White House mean a physical raid? Okay. Is it a metaphor for something else regarding raid? A raid? So it's something a CIA agent would use, right? Right. So that is a phrase that a CIA or federal agent would use. So that's the way they tell one to the other what's happening. So with what's going on in the reflective, is that why they really dug up the East Wing, or whatever room it was that they tore down and said you can put a ball there? Or the two part is the reflective pool, the river under the White House, and the tearing down of the large part of the White House connected up or resurrection. Okay, for a cover up, for a resurrection, a revelation. Oh, they're going to say they just brought up some artifacts. Oh, son of a bitch, son of a bitch, son of a bitch, son of a bitch. It's like, no! You son of a bitch. Você um moi hai. Oh, yeah. It's, okay, so it's like the resurrection, the revelations, the seven seals, it's the only preparation. Bueno, bueno, yeah, I just really love that. Isso eu tô muito ruim, hein? Isso é porretíssima. Minha pô, okay? just okay. When I get too like when that happens, like okay. So just when I said it was like this was the father's dying. So when the birds just flew off and the father's dying, it doesn't like heaven is within. It's not a matter of it being out there or up here or in the earth. But father's dying. And you watch once upon a time, in a second, okay? You look at the dark one, okay? The dark one's heart gets so cold. He loves Belle, but his heart gets so cold because he just did too much wrong. And they had to take some kind of thing to heal him, but it was, he was dying. So Belle got a rose, and when the rose last petal dropped, Susan said that he had died. Okay? His heart had died. It no longer had hope. Okay? So it was like when you bury it, okay? The evil queen, because she lost Henry, she tried to bury her pet because she didn't want to be the okay? Now, how am I, okay, maybe stairs, I can see maybe stairs, okay? In the series, Emma was going to give up her heart to save Captain Hook, okay? Snow White and Prince Charming divided their heart. So that was the part where they were always connected and find each other no matter how many times they came back. The Queen of Hearts, she ripped over and kept it because she said that it wasn't love is weakness, but love actually is weakness. They may try to manipulate love, but love signifies strength. And once love sees that, love will begin to grow. Like, put better too. Por eso, por eso hagamos laugh. But they're out there too. Okay. Now, so we started off with Yahweh being the place of death. Okay, so it's it's the place of the altar, a place where you sacrifice. Okay, okay. Each time you sacrifice, okay, with regards to sacrificing, you lose that part of you. Okay, it took me to the love hate. Right, we say we love ourselves, but At times I looked in the mirror and said, I hate you, okay? And this is fertility, Katie. Yes, because it's the man we need. We need the people. The Cleopatra and the Julius Caesar. The man woman, the divine feminine, the divine masculine. This is where CERN comes in, okay? Because the CERN, okay, represents the 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 Nile, and the true Nile is under the White House, where the Nile is said to be the place of the dead. You have shit going on everywhere. Right? So now, okay, with everything being scrambled, it's the circuit board within the base. It's like I'm feeling myself kind of turn. It's like the base. Circulation. So the base represents the root cell. Shit, the root cell. Okay, the root cellar represents the grave where the bodies lie. Yes, going. I Yeah. Consciousness. We're doing lots of meditations. I love the rolls when Yeah, totally. Yes. Yeah. People talk about it too on the website. So you keep fighting over the same thing. Do you know when people tell others about the going inward, do you fully understand what it means? It's not just a little surface. It's going to make you cry. It's going to make you scream. It's going to want to make you destroy everything in your fucking path. You have a hate on for everyone and everything. And many things don't feel like they come easy because you're trying to sort all of the mind stuff that's called psychotic and psychosis. It's called the spiritual awakening. It's awakening to all versions of spirit itself, good, the bad, and the very fucking uncomfortable, because healing is not comfortable, not one fucking bit. True healing. Because you got a lot of shit to think through, not just in your perceived reality of what you say, because you say you're living in reality. I'm more in reality than you have been, because I understand what reality is. And reality is each person's different version. What I see may not be what you see, but you'll tell me it's not my reality. You'll tell me, oh, you didn't see it, you're seeing it. And then I have to say, well, you're just a little naive, right? Because I'm trying to make sense of this theory they even teach you in school. Oh, well, you only use 10% of your brain. Well, where the fuck did the other 90% fucking fall out? Did I lose that much more that my circuit board cost? Glitching? I'm not making fun of people with disabilities. Because, like I said before, I was told once that I appeared to be like almost retarded after my car accident. That's super ranch. So it's like, yeah, sometimes I look like I just like, holy shit, man, she just flip switched. I guess that part of the spirit just got a little irritated with the conversation. Even if it seemed like it was a one-way conversation, it was actually a spirit to spirit connection. It's like it's like your telephone without the telephone. It's called telepathy. The telephone caused the interference. It's like my grandfather used dowsing rods. I don't know if he used them like this or like he used them to find water, but I know I'm beginning to learn and understand my grandfather. Spent a lot of time in Europe. they say that when you start thinking about that person, it's because that person's right there with you. That's when they say that, or you're, they're there, but it's because you're part of them. But I know his spirit is right here. He's sitting very still. It was weird because I had a dream one night that I was living. It was really weird, and I've never lived with my grandfather. I'm sitting here, and I'm like, it's like almost like a blank stare. Like, is there anything in my living? Oh, it's so. So the mind, that's the aspect of the Akashic records, correct? I can feel you trying to answer for some. Right, for some. Okay. Tapping into the Akashic records is tapping into your spirit. I can feel that. Spirit says you got to answer yes or no. Your mind is a mental filing cabinet, correct? Too much. Hold on. Okay. Okay, was able the representation of what they perceive to be a biblical text as night walk. Yes, speak louder. People in the back can't hear you. Okay. So Abel was considered in the Bible as the night walker. That's who they were referring to. The bloodsuckers. Damn it. Okay. And Cain, was Cain the representation of the jackal? Okay, if you have to go further, go further. I just heard the test one by this. Okay, so Abel, Nightwalker, Cain, the wolf, or jackal. Okay, the jackal. So Jacob was a representation of Abel, and people had to take it out through Jacob and the pursuit of God because the night walkers were considered to be the gods. Damn it. Okay. And that's why in the biblical text that John said or referenced, where did they come from? Okay. Looking to the aspect of, okay, the moral implications. Okay, it took me to turn to an episode where there's a page and it was said to be ISIS. And they were taking the consciousness of ISIS out and putting it into page. So that was, in order for them to do that, that is, well, they had to do a ritual spell. Some of them look the same, but that's why they always look different, interchangeable. The telepathy, that's like the Greys, the vampires, and wolves. That was fun as well. Because I did say, okay, so let's see. When they say, okay, is it more possible that it is a wolf in shepherd's clothing? Spirit says you gotta answer. Specifically, you're seeing this live, you're probably saying, lady, you need a funny farm. Well, I've been there and we sat there and we watched Tiny Toons and we said, we're tiny, we're all a little, and in this cartooning, we're a baby. $10 a little. Con tu Alicia. Eso voy a so like that doing chicken dance now. Holy shit, what? Like, how dare you make fun of me? Yeah, it's a demon struggle, huh? What do you think I might have that voice now? No, it's just something that you don't understand for the most part what you're observing. It's like people will say, oh, the only one that judges is God. Well, if God's the only one that judges, then why are you judging me if I'm not allowed to judge you? Oh, yeah. Eso todo era. Cristo como y así como dijera, Cristo no dore ai na yesha como yamo. Kotoi. I think a raccoon though represents to me when they make reference to the meek will inherit the earth. There's two forms of meek, correct? Depending on how one looks at it. Okay. So is people say like I'm doing your business, okay, so I'm following the leader because Simon says, well, who's Simon? Simon is Peter, who's Peter? Peter is Pope, and what does the Pope do? The Pope smokes dope. But if you look at Chinks and Chongs, in this case, they smoke shit. What the? I'm not like you take this you take this how you will, but did you ever hear that like just the reference to it? The teachers, the teachers leave those kids alone. Even teachers are waking up. There was a woman on here earlier, and she was saying that she was doing teaching, and then I forget what it was that she said about it, but she said some things that they were teaching in the schools. It was like, first and foremost, teaching life skills. That's a no-brainer. But hey, you say you need chemistry. Okay, how often do you use it? Because most of you have else make you drink or make your pills, unless you're in it for the business, which is the same form of business. But the teachers leave those kids alone. Who were the teachers? Some places, what do they want to do? They want to put the Constitution, or not the Constitution, the Ten Commandments up in front of the class. Do you know when people say about putting a religion and God back into the schools, which God are you making reference to? Because many people believe in different gods, so you've really got to figure out a way to accommodate that, right? Sexuality, no, they learn they learn sexuality, but hey, parents just need to be more open to talking to their children about sexuality and sex instead of avoiding it like it's the fun. And yes, I have had like talk about it with talk. But at least I know they felt okay to come to me to talk about it. Okay. So the CERN, when they're actually they have okay, there's you in the water. And the two of them are around the states of Canada. Because somebody showed me, I've seen it now. It's like the Bermuda Triangle. If you've ever watched Once Upon a Time, when they throw the magic bean, what happens? It creates a vortex. It creates what you would class as the same motion as the Bermuda Triangle. But it goes in a swirl, right? And it's in a certain space. Yeah, it just showed me Oak Island and the spaceship. So Island. It's like finding your treasure. The biggest treasure is finding the treasure in the village. Like I'm a book. Oh, well, there's not much there today. Okay. Yes, I thought we had no good for that. I just, okay. I just heard construction, building, building up, rebuilding. Yeah, I know. Okay. Rebuilding a temple. Okay. They always have to have a physical symbolism for their stuff. Okay. So building the temple is actually for self. Okay. So they're building an army of a temple. But the church is the aspect of the distraction. It's keep your eyes over here while we do this over here. Okay? Many of you know that. Okay? So I heard Vatican. Okay. Really? You already eager to say no? Okay. It takes me to the transgender community, right? The LGBTQ and whatever other thing you want to put at the end of it. I thought we all went there. Okay? And I'm not being rude. See, everyone has to try and identify with something other than themselves. You know, people might see your face, but they really see you. Right? Okay. Took me back to the iris again. Iris. Iris flower. Ouch, my ass. My butt. Okay, so it just took me to, okay, the iris, see the eyes, the iris plant is purple. Okay, and it says it grows in the United States. The iris flowering plant, genius of, or genus of 310 accepted species with flowers still being used scientifically. Yes. Oh, let's go here. And the iris flower represents hope, courage, and wisdom, which is the same as the iris, the eye. Some information. But they were very pretty flowers. But when you sit and you think of it, right, because there's the three representations of the iris, because it's also iris. There it is. Iris, iris, okay. Iris. Okay. Yeah, I thought that. Intrusion. It was like, because I can feel when it's almost like you get that psychic attack at your head because you feel that it's like a shake up. Would the mother be stupid enough to hide the motherboard where they could find it? Do they understand what a motherboard is? I feel that in the back of my head. That it's like an odd vibration. No, they don't, do they? So, okay, Is fear all but an illusion? Is fear an illusion to some? To others, it feels very real. Okay. So to overcome that fear, it's facing the shadow, the one that goes up in the night. It's like when you see through the mind's eye, you see it's like I'm being shown almost like um, something. I'm looking at a cloud, and it's almost like it's showing the something having a reflection of itself through the glass. Only it's the clear glass. It's within the dome and outside of the dome, and it's connected. Yeah, it's like being the anchor. It's like watching Vampire Diaries and Bonnie on there. And something happens. She opened up her. Yeah, I understand that position now. Eso todo eso lo vimos. Yeah, I just got when it's like they say when the cat gets curiosity killed the cat, but not always because the curiosity also helped to free the cat. Just remember that has 9 lives. And what's 9 represent? A lot of people say the number 9 represents God. Many things happen in dreams. Sometimes it's a mixture of both, and sometimes it's one or the other. Okay, but it's not revenge. It's like a head shaker. I just heard common sense. Sometimes you don't even have common sense until you listen to yourself. And that's when I figure out the bullshit, maybe I should read this. It's like when somebody has an experience and others try to tell them that they didn't have that experience or that they didn't have a memory of that experience. Maybe they're there to help their ancestors go through that experience because it's that part where we can put back together with people, whether it be through memories or just different versions of the same thing. Okay, so when they said about turbulence, okay, an unusual event. You're saying about I just heard about the eclipse in August. Okay. Now I explained it before the other day or yesterday or something like that. That okay, when you think of the theory that I'm saying, okay, and it's separate. So when the spin happens here, what happens? You're spinning. So think of the Faraday, the gravitron, the spacer. You actually see what's no, not the space actually just stay in place. But on the gravitron, it's moving up and down, and you're like each thing gives you something. So when your body's out here, what will it do? It will pull back. So that's why it's said, like, some will feel like they're flying up, and others will just smack down and they'll fall to the ground and won't be able to move, depending on what whether the ship whether it's that way or whether it's that way. I just heard you have the coil on. You know, it's the human body. Driftwood. So earlier I received that there was a molecule, so that twisted around itself. So it's caused by the dam. Really? Okay. Uh, no. they're coming to the surface because the digging is creating, it's like when ants, okay? Ants build underground, but they try to build up and everything gets destroyed. God damn it, fucker. Oh shit. And it's like the representation. It's like I just heard a teardrop. Teardrop. It's like it's like for showing. It's like the lightning bolt coming in. It's, it's like okay, I just got shown this like with it, okay. The lightning bolt, okay, it signifies the blow to the head. It represents the blow to your head. It's like when you're it's like when you get hit. I'm trying to explain it, but I'm seeing two different versions. It's like that flash when your spirit and something leaves your body. It's the light you're trying to display. slice, double slice. Two are separating. It's like having your okay. I heard having the heart ripped out. So the heart ripped out. That's the heart, the center. The center. So laying the center. The center of inner earth. It lies within the guts, the guts, the guts, the guts. The guts. The mothership, the motherboard, the higher consciousness. So Spirit, you just took me to the Neuralink of Elon Musk. Okay, I just spelled Elon Musk like Elon's last name backwards. It says has several meanings, most commonly an archaic English noun meaning the head. Does that mean the man with the big head? You know, off Third Rock from the sun, the big head. I watched videos called the Spiritual Gateway here on TikTok and YouTube, and they were talking about people, or not, they were talking about Nikola Tesla. Pretty cool, by the way. I really liked that. I watched both of them. Mind you, it was 2 o'clock in the morning before I got to sleep, but hey, it was worth it. Okay. And a lot of the time when I'm doing it, it reminds me of the same type of idea. Okay. Because let's say the Nikola Tesla's, I'll come back to you. Let's say about the Nikola Teslas. Okay. How do I put it? Yeah. It was like, just shut off. But it's, yeah. It's like the big head tries to show superiority because he tried to replicate himself. Like, was his name Fred, or was that just a nickname he used to call? Oh, no offense to the Percival Island, that just brought me to Fred Nolan. No, and I have to do with it. Right. Oh, okay. So Nikola Tesla, back to that. Nikola Tesla, when he did the interview, because I watched the interview, actually, his books. Okay, it was actually an inspiration for something that positive education. Right? Now, how do I, yeah, it just went there. Yeah, you know when there's an infiltration because it's like the waves get interfered with. It's like CERN acting up, and it's like you're closing off that section. Aren't you obedient dogs? Did you ever notice that, I like dogs. Did you ever notice that shepherds always have their dogs? And if they're not obedient, they become useless to them. You're to have loyalty, but when you become a problem, you no longer have loyalty. Not all shepherds are the same. Because it all has to do with how that shepherd was loyal. Okay. One can be the false shepherd, and one can be that, will actually lead you to wake up to lead yourself so that you don't go falling off the cliff or follow that one that's going to take you to the woods. I'm talking free wolf, right? Because it's like taking you to the far corners of the world and infiltrating you in one place because that's what they're doing with it. They're getting as many people in one place. But that is, when you do that, you're shifting the balance too much because you believe that, oh, well, my side is flooding. Prevent what is causing it to stop. I drive along this road and say, oh, well, they cut down the trees because it caused it's harder to keep the snow. Trees mostly act as an umbrella. But anyways, with the flood hazards, you're taking the trees and everything away from where floods would be that would naturally suck it up. And, the Ring of Fire, you have to say about the volcanoes, but the Ring of Fire can also represent all of the dams that you've built throughout the world. Because you really don't want that going on at the same time. Because that's what happened last time. It was like the dams gave out because the infrastructure was built wrong. It was never meant to build dams. Think of the body, okay? Think of the human body. All of the ways of going through your body. It's like its own pump system. And it all goes in circles, produced by you through your work, through your, your, become afraid, your sensors go up, but it's an alpha vibration. It's an alpha feeling. When something feels true and genuine, you actually have a genuine feeling where your body actually warms up and feels good. It's not agitated. It's just it's calm. It's like you're just there. You know you're there, but you can't always feel your body as if it was present there because you're in that meditative state. You're in oneness. So when you are in the oneness of self and spirit, is that when you are shown your true existence? Where it all but an illusion. But it's only an illusion because you need to be this. Okay. So refuse to see what you know you see, but you refuse to see it because of the fear it would bring. Should I go open? I can hear you. So go should I left over? Let's see. Okay. Say Lightbringer. Lightbringer was like Jesus and Lucifer. Okay. So what did they bring? Okay. So and then Nikola Tesla brought light. I don't mean that he invented the light bulb. I mean he brought light where people could have without wire. Okay. That went away. But they're doing it right now, but they're doing it all wrong. Like seriously. He's saying, didn't you learn electricity yet? Okay. They said it in Oklahoma. Sendo todos online. No katakai no kurso. Jesus. Right. Okay. In Nicholas Tesla's interview, did he make reference to describe himself, he would say, much like Lucifer. Spirit says you have to answer yes or no. And I'm not rephrasing it either. You know exactly what it was asking. No? You said, okay, I should have. Yeah, it separate your arms. I know I squeeze in, but it's, I know, but thank you for that. It was getting a little uncomfortable because it was like anxiousness. Que resisto por decía, is the world a spaceship? Is the world the mothership and the fathership, or the grandfather, the fathership, the mother, the father, and the mother? Yeah, because because it's like I'm getting it as like with regards to when I heard when it came up with before, it used to put the whole father flying because it was a black Lucifer, and it was really weird. And I know people that live on it, right? It's a neat. Now, when it happens, okay, Lucifer was no pure angel. Okay? Lucifer carried both the feminine and the masculine, okay? Because Lucifer, the movie Lucy, goddamn, goddamn. Okay. I think the light scares the shit out of Lucifer. Okay. So I looked up Lucifer backwards. Okay. Uh, the formation of the name Lucifer, created by spelling it backwards. It carries the systematic halo of Lucifer, which is Latin, means light bringer or morning star, derived from light. Okay, but what the fuck? He would run. Where did I read that? That's how quick they do it. Because I've seen them have on here that Lucifer would want one from the light. Esoteric derived Lucifer office. Oh, one who flees the light. Are you ready to face the light? Or are you ready to run into the shadows? It's not part of how you think Lucifer finds you, okay? Because the light finds you. The darkness can't sense like the light. You have to send the light. It has to cancel itself out. You know, this is the spirit thing. It's got nothing to do with the earth, but it has to do with letting you go to the light. Because the world is death, death is a several death, death of keeping itself into something else. The light dies, you know, the light dies. Sometimes circuits get crossed wire, like crossed over, but you know, that's all not a human not knowing. It's like stillness. Okay, we'll go. To all the therapists out there, no, I'm not judging you, but do you know that inner trauma is it's much like your inner demons, correct? They haunt you, they spook you, they scare you. You want to hide in the closet or get away when you get to those are the ones that go bump in the night because those are the start of the cycle.
wake you up with the memory. You say emotion. You say imagination. You say dreams. But where does all of it comes from the mind, right? And the story of the mind is what we want to know.
So this imagination, was that something made up in your mind or something was it something made up in your mind? Okay. Was it something your mind experienced in a different version of spirit itself? I feel that on text. Okay. Okay. Are there many ways to understand the concept, either physical or spirit form of demons? Are there different forms? Okay. Are one of those a manifestation of one's own suppressed memories? Not from the moment, but from the it's like everything's squeezing. Is multiple personalities actually all forms of spirit experiencing itself in different versions simultaneously? Could you be a little louder? No? Okay. Is okay. Is Neuralink a representation of the actual alpha intelligence? Alpha being the solid connection to the human mind. Okay, is in the end is the neural link harmful to the mind of people and others around them? Yeah, I'm gonna be honest about it, man. Where did the did okay. Was Neuralink Elon Musk's idea? Was Neuralink Elon Musk's idea? Partially? Okay. Is Neuralink designed to work with technology or with the human nervous system? Okay, that's two questions. Is Neuralink meant to work with the person's own neural system? Does it have to be hooked to a computer? You have to answer. You have to answer. You know the question. Does it have to be hooked to a computer system? So what you're saying is a computer chip that so it's not hooked right into the person's wiring system. It's hooked into just the hijacking, much like a balloon. It takes over the program. Son of a bitch. So you remove the pineal gland, or you put that on at various when it attaches to its head. Okay. So can you make it normally replicate using human tissue? Then you're natural. Okay. Yesterday, moi, agora c'est. Oh, wrong one.
It's like, oh, it's shocking. It's like a little kid if you see something.
I found quite a bit of glass. And I found out what I was doing wrong when I was trying to rock tumble. I was using all sand and no water. I was having a blonde moment. Or you. It's a way to see go out. With this, I like with this, I sit here with my 7, 8 red granddaddy because I call him chaos. Because that's what he looks like. And this really scary dog. Sit here and just show me chaos. I talk. It's like asking me, were you in chaos? Don't be shy now. Was it chaos to make you die? Because are you gone? I can't hear you. Are you gone? So you're in chaos? You're the that's what chaos looks like. Your internal chaos. Oh, it's more than that. It's okay to do this. Just simple. Mm, it's sort of like this, para que tu conhecesse, you're still in chaos. Do you feel you know it? The spiral, is that the internal thing? The pain of the mind. So you are death. Is it like that all the time? Do you see others? The dog. That's why you hold refuge for somebody else too. That don't bite the hand that feeds you. So is that why they kept taking John back and saying he was crazy? So are you in an unmarked grave? I just heard, oh, I don't know. So are you still locked up? I know you're like age, but like in an internal. Did the ram represent God? Little louder. Did the ram in Genesis 22:13, 14 represent the ram represent God? Sacrifice God instead. louder. I can't hear you in the back. If you want to be heard, you need to scream it out. So, okay, you said that you are the dog because they beat you, skinned you, and you became more vicious than you. It's like an injection. Oh, I heard injecting like with rabies. And if people know how rabies goes, is that why they did the rabies shot? The actual, that's like the cannibal aspect of it. It's the attack, the strength, and they appear fell. See that video where that group of older kids, older youth, were in a circle and they were doing the animal gesture aspect of it. It's put they put it in certain terms. But it is. In her mental frustrations. It messes with the faculty of the you don't know what to think. It's like a scramble and sterile. That's where it's the food that comes from. It's like a feral. Are you in a laboratory? Well, Did you help build the ships? So, I don't see it. Mhm. When they talk about the entrance to hell, is that reference to the original torture chamber on the ships? Did you ever fly a ship? Are you still a lapdog? I feel like it's all really okay. Oh, everybody's looking like what you doing. Okay. So, have you ever traveled? Was there one built before Tesla built this, or is it the spirit keeps coming back to bring forward? Okay. You accomplish that place and you feel like, are you the one that comes from us that rebuilt? Will say this is not real. They're not.
It's like, are you sure about that, man? You say you talk to the dead all the time, but you call them demons. Burn, I heard. Isso tudo isso lá. É bullshit, isso tá. Minha mãe, né? Isso com isso. Eu tô. So, you know, I can do this stuff all the time, but I'm always doing it, just not using the gods or just from, but like I said earlier, some people just need to have that visual. I actually was watching a YouTube or for a TikTok video, and they were talking about how, like, in what we perceive to be the new age and how tarot cards are still about it because a bunch of rich people got around and made a tarot card. Yeah. Something like this thing, okay? I have not the told something like that. Psychic is you're learning a lot of intuition, okay? You begin to feel and experience people, okay? So you understand how they're feeling, you know, that's when it becomes the spirit to spirit. But that's the part where if you don't see it, then you're going to continue to keep telling people they're crazy. You're probably telling me I'm crazy right now, but that's fine. I know the difference. Oh, it's like, this is weird. God. There's two fraudsters in the system. Yeah, there's another one. They're pretty, like, they're cool cards. That's the Egyptian one. And then, well, that's the horn, so that must be the Gabriel's horn. The mummy, the scales, the sun and the moon, the big baboon, the bare ass, you know, the big baboon. There's see, and if you look at this one, okay, in this one it shows the eye down here, okay. So shows the one. Oh, there's a terror moment. Where's the other? That's room. Oh, magician. There's the snake in the tree.
This is all the stuff that symbolizes like stuff in your biblical text, but you just don't understand it. There's the yin yang, the eight, or the infinity. See, you'll talk about this stuff, but maybe it didn't show you. Oh yeah. Yes, it did. Okay. In this one, it has the representation of the all-seeing eye in the forehead. Okay. And in this one, it has the representation of the all-seeing eye in the belly. Okay. It's that part of realizing it's like there's three eyes. Okay. It's like you have well, I guess you have seeing from all five eyes are working and seeing from fifth dimension. Okay? Because you have the all seeing eye, which is mind's eye, physical world. The heart is it sees emotion and feels emotion. The gut is it produces an anxiousness when things are uneasy. So it's showing you when to be aware. And they have the eye as feet. Your feet sees what's under it. Some things you have, it's like you have eyes in your hand because that's when you're shooting out the energy. You're sitting there, like you're bringing it in through the two eyes. Okay? And that's why it's like this because it's the triangular shape and it's this connection. Because when if you shoot up like this, it connects as a pyramid. Yeah, it's like scales. They're tipping. They're tipping. That looks really weird. Let me tell you. I know. It looks really weird. But that's the evolution. But I was bringing that forward, like this here out. I mean, it's not quite the same, but it's they used a deck and they played it, and I seen that and was said about it, and then I was into a museum and I seen that. It was really, yeah, really weird because it dawned on me right away. I might have the picture. Oh, but that's psychic. It's just getting on tune with one another. It's understanding each other as a whole. Something beyond like what your normal mind comprehension can unfortunately understand right now. Because it's that part where you have to ask them, like, hey, dog,
Mind is that we only use 10% of our brain. What happened to the other 90? And that's, you say evolution, but you had to have evolved. It's like when I use my hands, languages. You see different symbols that relate you to something else, all because you're trying to see that, but you're not understanding what it actually is. Like you have a sword, right? You wield your sword. Ishalato Kalistia, Yesore, Moite, Mon, Gasato Kalistia. So if you wield your sword, and your sword is what moves energy, when you see them, okay, and they're up on there and they're playing the music, doing like this, they're moving energy. They're synchronizing with the environment and the waves behind it because they're playing it in your mind and your body. That's why with music, your body can get into it, or it's just like, oh, man, I'm going to dance for it. I love that. Well, just that's what it's like. It's like you can feel something, try to piggyback. It's like, hey, get off. If you want some help, ask. Don't just jump on. So is spirit constantly connecting with people through one another and the physical body not understanding what's going on? It's like, yeah, it's like that memory, right? It's like you just sense it's like something or someone, some kind of electrical pulse just hits, and you can feel it through your mind. It's like when you're turning off the light switch, and you try to. It has the resistance because it doesn't want to receive voltage, and it picks up distortion quite quickly and easily. Am I right about that? So with regards to that, it's like people probably need to out on it. You have nothing to say. Spirit, spirit, I'm speaking to you. So again, you got an answer for that? Is it yes or no? Maybe, right? So that's where it's, yeah, I can see that. Because that's where it's feeling the energy within the Gemini genuine, genuineness. It's like, I've seen a guy and I found it like at one point I found like the energy attractive. But then at another part of it, it was like I was really turned off by it. It was like a switch. So it's like 1 minute it's like, and then all of a sudden it's like it feels greasy. That's the part where that person just had a pee. And it's easier for it to happen if there's different substance in the body. They attach. It's like the attachment to it. When you go into a store and you touch something, and all of a sudden you feel it. Well, that's because the last person that touched it and the same thing as you did had an ick energy and it got left behind, like, you know, like Flubber, the movie Flubber, when Flubber separated and it got on things, or in the movie Spider Man and Venom, and the stuff, and he was like a Spider Man, he was a real asshole because the black goo. Well, that's the representation of something happening and was getting a really big needle. That's the black spots. That's the distortion left behind. Celebration. We see the world how we see it, but there's like, it's almost like until you see through the eyes of that person, you're never really going to understand what they see. But you help each other through it and move each other. How we do it beautiful. So, I'm going to leave it there. Okay. If you want to see the full video, you can always go to my YouTube channel, Spirit to Spirit Teachings of Going Within Self, because it's recorded on there. It may be a little glitchy because, last time I do it, but it does get glitchy because I don't know, maybe it has to do with energy. It glitches okay. So, with that being said, I'm sending you all much love, light, many blessings, most importantly, very good health to anyone and everyone wanting, willing to receive and accept. I want you all to be big, bold, brave, most importantly, be yourself, be your authentic self, be true and kind to yourself, and know that you have more strength than you can comprehend at times. And don't see everything as bad. Actually, check into yourself. A hotel check-in.
Have a great night, everyone.